Hey, what's up, Hammer? What's good, man? The plan is to get my protein between 50 and 300, which is where you have the optimal protein range. And once you're in 50 and 300, the only way you can tell is if you have you have 9 strength every time you do a push-up, and if you have over that value, then you get 6. If you have under that value, you get 6. If you're very under that value, you get 4.2. There's a bug in stable that is deleting bugs when zombies enter the active area. Bugs are getting triggered if you move in and out of the area. The bug that is deleting bugs? You mean a bug that is deleting zombies? I could see that maybe being a problem in 16x, but... Bro, I thought you died. Yes, of course. No, said I fixed my sleep schedule yesterday, when in reality, I just didn't sleep all that much. Because, I fixed it for maybe any regular guy out there, but I don't work regular guy hours. Yeah, you can post. I don't have any issues with links or anything like that. I probably won't look at it this very moment. I'll look at it after. Bro is early for tomorrow's stream, of course. I mean, most of these streams do go into the past midnight mark anyway, so not really that crazy. Why you thought he died? Because that's the only reason I do anything different. 12-year-old drunkard. Hell yeah. It's me, bro. I got a bunch of sunflowers that need to be turned into oil. Let's just oil oil all of today real quick. Oil up, little bro. Oh god. Yeah, it's been nice. I will say this stream I'm probably going to need to go and get some flooring because that's been requested a few times. That's kind of the last I have to work on here. Yeah, I'm a fan of I'm not a huge fan of my work area. I wish I could do something else. Like the one thing I wish I could do is I could hang up tools on a pec board, but with how Virgil uses the tools, he always just kind of throws them back on the floor instead of putting them where they were at. Game is still barely no one noticed. Yeah, I will say, because I've played plenty of 16x, It did feel a little light going into the town, particularly Fallas Lake. I didn't have to really carpet at all versus going up to the riverside. I've had to do it a lot more, but I've also been able to kill a lot quicker. Streak lives. Yeah, I was just a bit late. All right, our oil crate is overflowing with oil. Yeah, but today, guys, we're gonna... Well, I guess right now I'm just making a bunch of oil. Oh, you just had a free crossroads. Yeah, I've seen people that were just looking for seeds for specific, you know, like ones that have the checkpoint empty or random little things like that. Yeah, I just ran with a random one, but maybe it was a little light on the entrance, but where am I even going? Oh, right here. Probably can't do this in the dark. No, sir. All right, Diddy oil cupboard. I mean, it's got potatoes in there, man. I mean, it's sort of normal. Never normal to have that much oil. I guess I just go to bed until the sun comes. Wait, it's rainy right now. I could have plants. I'll just go to bed. Okay, it was good, Senzata. I'm just having a totally normal amount of vegetable oil. Do that, and then I'll do some more planting. Well, I can't put it in that crate anymore. I've got a military grade crate for my oil. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what he's meant to be doing in that, he just kind of is rocking around in a very suggestive way. So, this venison might be some of the worst protein I think I've ever seen in the game. 30 calories, 27, and there's 4 grams of protein. I might just throw this away. I don't think this is... I mean, I guess I can cook it. You know, there's no reason for me not to cook it, but... Yeah, I mean, all the meat is pretty bad for... I mean, I guess the steaks aren't just nothing, but compared to fish, it's all close to nothing. Oh, I can't put bacon in the salad. All right. We can put watermelon in with our meat salad, but no bacon. That up. Do I know about corpse sickness? No, I've never heard about corpse sickness my whole life. Ground butchering for rabbit and others makes rabbit even more superior since they accidentally buffed all butchering. Yeah, the rabbits have some hilarious amounts of calories. I've killed a rabbit and gotten 20,000 calories of meat before, and I'm not even max butchering. And it was a rabbit that I just got from trapping. Sweet potato, tomato, turnip. I mean, I suppose I can just grow everything, right? Like, this is going to be the last grow of this world. Cabbage, we'll do cauliflower, what the heck. Aloe, I don't have a lot of corn. Green peas. Oh, I guess I could have dried the corn out for keep the seeds. I'll get another round of it going. Why not? Grab half. Oh, let me open these. Open. I'll leave them on the floor for now. Those are separate. I have to dig everything up. You got in the gun store? Hell yeah. If you're metagaming, sure, but a lot of people actually do not oil, butter, lard for meals. Yeah, well, I don't know. A lot of people still just eat the rabbits. Like, if you, it's not really so much a problem with metagaming in Zomboid at the moment. It's just that that's like the only way to, you know, get yourself calories from nothing. Yeah, I built a car. You done an MP stream? I have. I don't know. You might have a bit of an issue with 8 gigabytes of RAM, but I'm not 100%. Yeah, I have the one singular crafted car in build 42 vanilla. just end up with so much stuff. If you don't find cows, you need rabbits easier fishing. Yeah, I don't know. They said that at some point that they were gonna change how like the zoning worked or whatever, but that's still like the most effective way of getting rabbits, even better than just trapping them or whatever. You don't need bait. You just put a zone out there and they walk in. Pretty meme. Or what am I doing with all these carrots? So many of them. All right, well, so much for me getting the protein bonus. I just have all these salad ingredients clogging up everything I'm trying to eat. All right, what do I can drop the sunflower heads over here. Lemongrass that we can't dry out. How are you? How old are you? How are you? I'm doing great. We're doing great. We're a little late today, but it is what it is. Oh wait, I can put these on the floor, right? It's something I can do. Nope. That is for furred leather only. Reading chat? I am. I'm also trying to keep the game going along, but I'll pause from time to time and catch it out. It had like 160. Yeah, the rabbits, they breed quick, and if you don't manage them, then they kind of explode in terms of population. The way to turn top fans off. I mean, it's like, it doesn't really do anything. I would just ignore it, man. If it bugs you. Yeah, I don't have any of that stuff like enabled, disabled, or whatever. Kind of like Zomboid, if it's setting that I can change, I just leave it default unless it, you know, really starts causing issues. That is cleaned up. Hey, what's good, man? Doing a little bit more of a housekeeping stream because it started late, and the last two streams I just was kill. Right now, the amazing gameplay of digging furrows. No, I just have, I mean, I'll be real. I have the settings for growing on like very easy. I have it on 5 times grow speed and no seasons. I just found that a lot of the times in the past I opted to not interact with like plants at all because I could just fish for calories. So yeah, I made it substantially easier so that way I would actually do it. Yeah, oftentimes it was like, you know, I've had the 16x worlds that went years and years and never even planted anything when I can just grab a fishing pole, grab a fillet, catch one fish. Okay, that's only 1,000 calories. That's not the worst. Okay, big striped bass. Now we're gonna be getting into just ridiculous territory. 5,000 calories. Okay, that guy's definitely just, you know, 300 calories, but I mean, at this point, you probably get the point. It's... I don't know, they'll maybe fix this fishing thing at some point, but... yeah, it's kind of ridiculous how quickly you can get that, and, you know, it only gets worse and worse as you get to high levels of fishing. Hi, bro. How to find bunny suit? No tutorial on that. No. Well, that one alone will max my protein values back out. Desmo still have sushi to make the fishing this OP. I think there just has to be some kind of, you know, what method like this. Otherwise, the players all starve, especially no loot guys. But yeah, they do have a preference to fish, it seems. I could give a buck less than you could care less. I mean, yeah, I get the, you know, argument for the saying not really making a whole lot of sense, but, you know. It's just how the English language is, I guess. Fishing needs a nerf. I think they just need to buff the other calorie forms, aka foraging, aka farming, and all the other new meats. Took off as a nomad, ended up in South Rosewood for the first time in real life. Like I avoided Rosewood until now. Yeah, but the chopper does just have kind of a tendency to, you know, take a dump on wherever you're kind of at, especially early game. Yeah, hunting could be a lot better. Yeah, no bonus is tough. No bonus, especially for the wilderness start. I mean, I had like a whole kind of video going over how to do that, but I guess, you know, unfortunately, I kind of encourage people to do it rather than my goal of that was to show that it was just painful, right? And that playing without bushcrafter, but I guess some people just play the game to be in vain. But I don't know. I oftentimes will just have someone join in and be like, "How do I get to maintenance 1?" And it's like, Well, you've already made a mistake making your character, but if you must play that way, there are ways to do it. Like, you just make hammers and hit them against the tree, but I can't make the hammers because I'm not maintenance 1. Well, crap. You just make stakes and make spears and hit them against the tree until you finally get to maintenance 1, and then you can finally make an axe, and then you can make a bench to sleep on. I think it's not raining anymore. Unfortunate for me. Let's see. How much rain do we have? 0. Great. Well, maybe it'll rain again. Maybe. I already did cauliflower. This one strawberry over here. What happened to my pigs? What happened to them? They're chilling. Yeah, this whole base is from nothing. What do you deal with seasons with crops? I have seasons disabled and I have growth speed 5 times. So I'm not, you know, playing just regular vanilla. But this way I'll actually do the growing instead of just fishing only. Yeah, I'm not exactly playing on the hardest settings imaginable. I'm just playing how I like to have, you know, fun in the game. Yeah, if you can read the seed packages, you can tell when they're best grown. And there's also like a spreadsheet online that goes over the best times to plant things, when the bad months are that your crop gets cursed and will just die. Yeah, I just found when I had those settings on, I just avoided really interacting with the plants at all. What's a bed sheet? What? You know, I suppose we can do planting in the back too. May as well. But yeah, some of the plant grow times are just ridiculous. So I opted to change them. And if you want to make the game more, you know, quote unquote difficult, you can go and make the plant times even longer. That's what you want. Virgil and turning this flashlight on. Oh, nice. I only have 17 seeds for this, and I have way more than 17 furrows. All right, such a great thing that I did all this planting after the rain stopped. That's just wonderful. All right. Roll the seeds up. I used none of them for my backpack. I used all of them for my main inventory. That's actually kind of better, but I'm gonna go on long adventures away from the base because the plants would die never again. Yeah, there's not really like ever a major reason to do farming unless you're, I don't know, trying to level up all the perks or do trapping or something. There's never really any reason to do this. Yeah, well, why can't you share some rain with me, man? Yeah, the pigs are out there chilling. Virgil is just a sleepy guy. Place trap. All right, there we go. Some more rabbits going. All right, tomorrow I'll head out to the town and see about getting some flooring. Do that, then throw away some cabbage. Oh, I am overweight now. I'm overweight and I'm attempting to get a protein bonus. Not good. You just eat all of this salad stuff. Yeah, we are very far below the protein bonus. How about compost spin? My experience with compost, I have so much rotten stuff. It just ends up being full the entire time. But yeah, you can do it, and it's like a way to get worms and all that. But if you're trying to get bait, I think the best way is just if you just have a large fillet that you don't end up eating. You get multiple uses out of it. I'm gonna be obese. Oh no. I'm just trying to get this protein back up is the thing. Okay, we're in the regular range. I love the gambling mod. What? Okay, well there's only 10 protein in that. 19 protein, I can't even eat it. We're getting 6. 81, this is a higher number. Still 6. Oh yeah, we're gonna be obese. It's whatever. Alright, we'll explain the protein bonus for the first time this stream. Your protein is in the 50 to 300 range, which is a hidden value. You get 9 XP for every push-up you do. If your protein is above that range, you get 6 experience per push-up. If your protein is below that range, you get 6 XP per push-up. If your protein is very below that range, you get 4.2. No way to tell. Only way to tell is if you sit there and have some monitor for XP, or you sit here and massage your strength thing. So you just leave it on top of it, it won't go up. All right, eat 1/2. Fresh cooked. Now we are in the range, so we're getting 9. Yo, bro, what's the protein bonus? You have 50 to 300 units of protein, which is a hidden value. You get 9 XP per push-up. You are above that range, you get 6 XP per push-up. If you're below that range, you get 6. If you're very below that, you get 4.2. Yeah, strength is easier to level up. It is substantially easier. All right, but for real, I'm gonna go out today, see about getting some floors. Get the floors. sunflowers, put them on. I meant like actual flooring tiles or whatever, but I won't pass up on some carpets if I see them. So what it is going to require me to do, though, is I need to make a crowbar. So now I can take floors. I'll take some type of knife with me, too. Oh, you know what? I did not take my mask back from the floor. We'll go back to OG Virgil. Yeah, I didn't grind out, you know, the last level. There's not anything to gain from being 10 versus 9. You already know how to do everything at 9. I will say, though, then, you know, obviously the furniture you can't make a refrigerator, you can't make all these things. But, you know, there comes a point in most PZ runs where you kind of run out of things to do, so... Alright, what floors do I want? Oh, these are kind of big. Oh, wonderful. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really talking about the just, loneliness or anything like that. I just meant more, you know, if I'm limiting myself to just do crafted only or whatever, then there's not all that much furniture you can actually make. It's almost entirely out of wood. There's no, like, you can't sew up bed sheets or couches and armchairs and all that. Yeah, I'll see you, Hammer. Hammer's leaving for sure, guys. It's probably tracking. Yeah, outside of like the, you know, typical meme answers, Lightfoot and Sneak are just not really that difficult to get to 10 at all. You can get those to 10 like as soon as you spawn in, really, and they don't really provide all that much benefit outside of, you know, if you're one of 7 people that actually sneak in this game. First aid's actually pretty nice if you get it to high level. Your bandages heal quicker. If you break a leg, it helps a ton. Are you PvP mode or are you keep NPC stuff you asked yesterday? And the answer has not changed, bro. But here we go. We'll explain it for you again. Zomboid has PvP on servers and all that. If you wish to drive around in a car or, you know, hide from angles, that is an isometric view game that you can't see. As well as fight against the desync. You are free to play that game, but in my opinion, there are more fun PvP games, such as first-person shooters, that I would much rather waste my life playing than this game in that environment. Tried breaking doors. Now, you're not supposed to dismantle, but yeah, carpentry, you can either, you know, learn the first couple of levels from the woodworking channel. You know, if you're leveling it up from 0, you can do this fence post with just planks, and also sawing up logs into planks will give you carpentry experience to begin with. But from there, I mean, I would recommend, you know, flooring the house or whatever you intend on building. Of course, I have the higher level 1, but you can do this at level 1, flooring it, and then once you're 2, you can build your wall frames, just frame your area, and you can also just do this around like whatever your exterior wall is that you want to kind of cover up, because that will get you a considerable amount of experience, especially if you have a bonus. But I typically just play carpenter, so most of that stuff comes pretty quickly. Bro, stop killing NPC, it not LT2 something try hard stuff. Never thought about it like that. Can you please stream PvP mode? It adds another level danger than just zombies. No. But I think that's actually the second time I've answered your question in like the last 3 minutes. It's not a new perspective. He was here yesterday doing the same thing. What are you trying to say about my face cam, huh? Bro, my face cam isn't small. I don't know. Red carpet. Yeah, this is red carpet, right? Why do you even have one? I didn't see it for the long. My face cam isn't small. Guys, don't focus on the face cam. Yeah, if I made it bigger, it would, you know, block the skills and stuff. Bro, you could be an NPC. I mean, would an NPC just say the same voice lines over and over again? Periodically throughout my day. Riddle me this, Chef Dodiel. You wasting you time anyways. This is the third time we've went over PvP. And my answer will remain the same, bro. You just get like sense of power and control he has over, you know, the stream by me interacting with him and then you guys also interacting with him. That should be enough. Whoops. Yeah, if I wanted to play PvP, I would just play a different game because the PvP in this game sucks balls. Here's my PvP. Say the line, Radford. What games do I play? I play Project Zomboid. But I honestly don't really want to talk about PvP games with you because I kind of dislike you. Oh, we need hammer. One hammer. Why don't you PvP me IRL? True. Now I've done this, like some BJJ classes and all that. Not really for me. I just like going to the gym, that's about it. Yeah, PvP streaming in this game in particular. Yeah, let me just let everyone know where I am at all moments. Sounds great. Slightly increase the size of my camera each stream. What are you talking about? IRL is PvP and pay to win games. IRL is pay to win. To an extent though. No, PvP is just all about angles and, you know, like if someone is super far away from me and they don't have this building or whatever loaded in, then, you know, I'm essentially blocked. Or if you have, you know, one of the larger evergreen trees, you know, you can see kind of the outline of where someone would be able to see me. So you can do that. Or you just roll up on them in a car and unload your, you know, M14 or whatever you got. Car PvP is kind of like the offensive meta in that regard. Yeah, none of the, you know, optimal ways of playing I think are really that interesting from a PvP standpoint. Yeah, it just doesn't work well. But I mean, there's no shortage of guys like that out there that just kind of look down on players that don't, you know, play this niche game mode. But I mean, there's no, you know, shortage of superiority kind of people out there that are like, I play these settings. These are the settings that these are the only ones that matter, and everything else is worse or easier baby mode, or you know, or I don't do this. That's what, because you do that, that means that you're playing on easy mode, or oh, you use that mod, that mod's easy. So it's like, I don't know, it's not that serious, man. It's a video game. It's good, bro. Only stream in 720p, it's 1080p. Yeah, I mean, I have some difficulty things on, but, you know, I'm very obviously not playing with sprinters. I'm not playing with, I mean, that's kind of like the only thing people typically talk about. It's, you know, at least somewhat understood in the community that most people turn respawns off for this, but, you know, I've actually went ahead and played with respawns on several times, but, you know, we don't got to talk about that. We don't got to talk about how that setting actually makes the game pretty difficult, but... well, it should be 1080. We can go and look over at my OBS profile that I have not changed in God knows how long. It's the output 20 kilobytes, 20K, whatever video, 1920 by 1080p. Yeah, it's should be 1080p. I can go over to my Twitch profile, go here, channel, while I'm listening to myself. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe just put it to auto. Clicking through the menus as fast as I can. I'm listening to myself on YouTube and I have 1080p here. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't disable anything. It just might be like that today or something. I should stream Rust. I would probably panic. Yeah, because I'm so new to gaming and I've never played Rust before. But welcome back, bro. How are you doing to get sand? I just have to search a different area near the tiles. So if you're like pure wilderness, sand was made substantially more difficult to find this update. But yeah, you're gonna kind of have to find like a pre-gen tile in the world. So somewhere like a playground or something like that to have it. But there's also a lot of sandbags that just exist in the world that you can disassemble to get sandbags. But yeah, I had to go out and find my sand from looting. Bit bad that they changed the game that way, but as of this update, it's much harder to do in a wilderness setting. I'm just getting some flooring as well as, you know, we're playing a little chillax today compared to yesterday and the days before. Yeah, it's been requested for a while now that I get some flooring going, so doing some of that. Yeah, there used to be a lot of wilderness styles with sand, but you know, they got rid of the riverside ones as well as the crafting rocks in kind of the same update. Bit unfortunate. Stack's not the issue. It's just getting the sand is. No, it's because I'm obese too. Let me just kill all the woodland creatures. Working out's not really the best for weight loss. Just eating no food is. Yeah, the rodent meat's not great, but the rabbit meat, you know, I killed one baby rabbit. 800, 700, 800, 1,300 versus, you know, the 2 adult raccoons I killed all give me meat that is 130 average. I have another fridge I can pick up actually. I could put it on that tile. There is a lamp there though. It's gonna stop me from moving that more than likely. The freezer's been full. There we go. That's what we're doing as soon as the day starts. Okay. Try to stay a little productive during this. Well, he showed up bright and early. Gun on the table? What is this? I do not remember putting that there. Oh, nice. They're all called red carpet. They aren't all red carpet. All right. Short blade 0.13. They're dyed red carpets. Sure, sure, sure. To tell when the helicopter's coming. And I just don't turn it on. Yeah, you can turn it on and listen to the emergency broadcast once you find it. It tells you the weather. It tells you if the chopper is coming, if you have the chopper enabled. Got weather, tells me if it's gonna rain, tells me if it's gonna storm. And it's gonna tell me the helicopter is here. Yeah, the walkie-talkie, I don't know if you can put a radio on your belt, but that you can definitely do it with the walkie-talkie. I think you can even put a walkie-talkie on the Alice suspenders if you find those. Yeah, there's like a little headphone / earbud thing. It's too loud. Oh, nice. We're finally getting some rain. The battlements atop that castle. Bro, we're not... Today is not the day with me being fat, man. We can't do it again. Maybe I could do some first aid grinding. No. I need more. That floor. Red carpet. I need some concrete or something for over there. I don't know. Third floor grinding. Yeah, let me grind first aid by just throwing myself off a building. Very optimal. I could do maybe a little bit of glass and pain agony grinding. I guess I'm not trying to gain weight. I eat, I don't know, all the food I have is high calorie. Or I guess the potatoes aren't bad. Potato. Yeah, I'm really trying to lose weight here, but yeah, I can't do stone floors, unfortunately. The floors we can do dirt, gravel, sand, tile, wood floors, and metal floors. Yeah, I could try doing some tile. But in my experience, tile takes a lot of effort to get going. Do I really not have any nails here? No clue why there are two of them. Nah, I won't change the walls that I already have built. I also kind of like mixing the walls together. I think it looks more interesting that way. No. Oh no. Press clay tile. So the problem with tile takes 4 and it takes cement. It just takes an absurd amount of stuff to do. I mean, here, let me math it out real quick. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I need 36 times 4. It's just like all of my clay. And then from that, I need to still make clay cement to do it. And I have to fire it. So, yeah, this is why you don't see a whole lot of people doing tile. Now I've used all of my clay. And I guess we can do a little trick here of if I take a bunch of charcoal over, do I need light for this? I need to light for, okay. Need light for it. Virgil is tired again. Still fat. I need candle. Oh, I've got a candle somewhere. If not, I can obliterate all my lighters real quick, you know? Do I really not have a candle? I've like for sure found a box of them at some point too. I guess not. All right, how long? Oh, fire 8 tiles. It's not horrible. That was gonna be 1 by 1. And far too late for me to go out and forage for clay. But I can scythe the grass in the dark. Yeah, we're doing the flooring. Let me just lag my game real quick with a million things of grass. You know what would be smart is if I took this simple frame pack as my secondary and build it up with clay when I'm looking. Let me go ahead and hit one of these so I'm not crashing out of my own game when I leave and come back. bunch of that. We'll put the sticks there. We have the best weather to be doing this in. Minus 38. Awesome. That's actually kind of useful if I ever do any more stone work. I'm just obliterating any and all clay I had built up in this run by doing tile. Oh, whoops. Forgot about these guys. What's up, Yo-Yo? All right, short foraging trip because I immediately have to turn around now, put my rabbits up. That's the thing with wilderness. There's so much to do once you have everything kind of set up. But I mean, PZ in general, late game is full of kind of chore activities. Oh, nice. They're just ginormous. Maybe I can butcher them and they'll be smaller. Maybe, right? Oh my god, 44 rodent meat. Holy. Yeah, we're doing lots of kills yesterday. Today, though, I started kind of late, so we're not doing kills again. I'm doing a highly anticipated flooring. But I gotta find a bunch of clay for it. Make clay cement, make the tiles. I already have some 120 tiles, but clay goes very quickly when you're doing this. Yeah, if you're not on staying on top of changing the filter, you'll have issues using it, but I have like the best possible setup of being resilient and having the mask on at, you know, most of the time I'm on top of all the corpses. Yeah, so long as you're constantly changing the filter out, you can kind of stay out there all day and you'll hit nauseous. I never got sick while I was doing it. I would just leave when I got tired. There are no stone stairs. There are metal stairs, but no stone. Yeah, I would probably encourage you to... Oh, how did this get in my inventory? Bro, are we glitched like OG build 41 where I have to quit out and come back to... Oh, now I'm gonna have to load the game when I have a million grass tiles. I suppose you can still duplicate the stones that way. I just like having all the oids and, you know, I feel like I can kind of just steamroll the game if I play with the lower population modifier. Like 16x shamblers, you know, early game you have to play a lot slower. If you look at the same settings, but for sprinters, the early game you have to play slower, but then, you know, the late game you also have to play slower. But shamblers, you can kind of get to a point where you can, you know, kind of play however you want. No, it's not supposed to be a bug. I mean, in reality, there's, you know, an optimal range of stuff to eat. Eat too much of something, it's not great for you. But yeah, I mean, in reality also, there's not as much of a fall off from eating an insane amount of protein. I think it could be better done if it were just not as optimal as being, you know, in the range, but I still think there should be like an optimal range rather than just chugging a million fish. Because otherwise you could kind of do it and not even recognize that it was, you know, a thing. Rather than, you know, kind of counting your macros and planning out your meals. Oh, nice. I don't have stone focus because I stopped and restarted the game. No, I just meant like a, you know, somewhat optimal but suboptimal multiplier. So, you know, optimal range 1.5 times multi, suboptimal, you know, 1.2, 1.3, something like that. Tobacco, no seeds. Damn, I have not seen the cold moodle in quite a while. Oh, I've done it again now. Oh wait, yeah, this is also a way of... Maybe it's not? Bruh. Awesome that this is still a bug a year and a half later. So it's just if I try to put it in a backpack, that's what causes that issue. Hey, what's good, Blackhawk? I really only get 11 things of... Oh, I did not get a lot of play from all that. A lot of flint though. Felt my FPS go down just now. I almost feel like disabling and re-enabling the 3D sprites is what made my game be all stuttery right now, but oh, I have to click on it. There we go. These go in there. Okay, this is quite the stutter. And I have no real way of dealing with it right now. Start and stop the game so I can get rid of 3D item stutter. Man, that just goes fast. Oh yeah, I gotta make cement first. Alright, now it's technically all floored. You can only see in certain spots. The wall look better? What, the log walls? Yeah, I would just have to smash all my log walls and then build walls where there are already walls. But yeah, I'm just gonna keep them as log walls. Reminds me where I came from. Yeah, we're keeping it as the log aesthetic. I don't really mind the wood floors either, but I do recognize that, like, if the whole base is that way, it looks a little less interesting. I need to get another round of floors from up here and some extra 20 or so of that red carpet for that area. This I'm gonna leave, but another this got like the movie theater carpet in here. And some fancy, oh, definitely red carpet in here. Definitely not black carpet. Oh, what is this? Oh, wait, that's the teddy bear poking its head through the... Yeah. Interesting. Watch this. Hell yeah. Nah, I used a car. I have a car, bruh. There might be a disco ball, but... I mean, if it's anywhere, it's gonna be at probably the strip club. Fresh cooked. Alright, we'll eat this guy. That should put me back in the bonus range. At least I think so. Yeah, it did. And tomorrow we're gonna go back into town for more floors. Well, I need a crowbar. And we need a knife. Friggin' trees just make me not be able to see any of this. I'm just waiting for that injury to heal. I have slow healer, so it takes a while for it to heal. Yeah, but the bandage being dirty doesn't really affect it. Just heals slightly slower. Did I craft that car? I did craft the car. Thank you for asking. I just pick up a chair. I did. Justin, what are you trying to say about my webcam? A high quality camera. I was a GIF. Ah, bro. It's like the best camera money can buy. Bro, why is everyone taking so long to figure out I have this? Wait, what are you trying to say about the camera? Damn, this guy's apartment's really small. Pretty relatable. Damn, what a amazing guy. This bro lives in a hotel or something. He just has 2 Bibles and a phone book. No other items worth mentioning. My webcam isn't small. What do you mean? Harvest almost small as my... No. The webcam isn't small, guys. Oh, gray carpet on the roof. Hmm. Okay. Gray carpet. Can you move your face cam out of the way? I can't see the gameplay. Bro. I should probably go to the more workshop oriented areas and get floor from there. Those floors in the back. Fair complexion. Maybe I should make the camera a little smaller. Clearly, it's taking up too much space. Distracting through. I mean, bites have a tendency to do that, don't they? That's... Yeah, but it is an unfortunate end. Losing a character. I mean, there's not really any good way of dying in this game. Oh, you know, I could take the lamps like this, put them on the center. Yeah, I didn't even consider ever using these as lights. I think I left stuff in the passenger seat, and yeah, I never took that out. Yeah, you 100% die from bite. 20% laceration, 7% scratch. There's no shortage of guys online that play with like bite only or something like that, and you know, it's a fine way to play. But I just play default. And default, infection type, default, infection time. So if you get scratched or something like that, there's just a 2-day waiting period of my run over. Yeah, jump scares like that, though, I fully know when to expect them. You can just tell where the door tile is moving, and that's where the Zed's gonna be. Yeah, you can turn infection off too if you want. Oh, you can't have it over top of, that's kind of weird. What point in your game do you get a car in a wilderness run? When you build one? Good question. As you remove a crate or something and put some lights overhead. Yeah, you can't. I can't like mix and match the tiles. It seems with a lot of the light fixtures. Kind of picky. Yeah, I mean, if you're like playing true, you know, 100% wilderness, there comes a point, you know, where you just run out of things to do. Like I'd already done the forge. I had already done entire castle. I mean, it's no different than like any other, you know, PZ run. So I've stayed true to like the crafted armor, clothes, shoes, weapons, all that. But I've allowed myself, you know, floor tiles and stuff that I wouldn't otherwise be able to get. Oh, okay, so I can take the tiles with a crowbar, but I can't put them back. Yeah, I mean, the first, you know, 10 months of this run, I played no generator, no anything. And I've also had runs where I just played with no generator the entire time. But yeah, end of the day, it's, you know, kind of a challenge that you're just putting yourself to. There's no tournament, there's no overseer or anything. If I hit 12 months, that's where I mean, I more or less am kind of at the end of where the video I intend to make over this will be. But yeah, I mean, outside of taking over the whole map, you know, and keep throwing myself against the hordes in Riverside or wherever I intend on going. Good, bro. I am doing the flooring. When can you forage sunflowers? I harvested them in wherever it is. I harvested them in Fallas Lake at the south side of it. I'm sure you can get them trash focus foraging. Whoops. Pick it up, bro. There you go. I've pretty much just done Fallas Lake. It hasn't really been a very kill-focused run. We've just been building, dog. Fallas Lake. All right, you know what, Virgil? Yeah, I mean, I could, you know, just be up in Riverside again doing the exact same thing I did yesterday, but I started a little later today. It just was feeling a little low energy, so I want to do some mistakes that end my run prematurely. I'll do some base building. I've been meaning to put some floors down. I kind of don't know what to do with the rest of this here. No jumping off the ramparts today. That guy was here and he did want me to do it, but I was overweight at the time, so if I jumped off the top like that, even if it's a single floor of fall damage, I did run the risk of breaking my leg if I did that. Not like it would really set me back all that much today, considering I'm just, you know, putting floors down and all that, but I would have to grind first aid if I wanted to have that gone in any amount of time. That looks nicer. But this part, I don't know what to do with. This is... I mean, I could just have the gray tile expand all the way out, I guess. You have a lot of it. Oh, they're all gray diagonals. Okay, well, I guess it doesn't hurt to put these down and just see what it looks like. Red carpet. When did I... Oh. I don't dislike it. The only set in stone one is these tiles up here, because these ones I can't remove. They're just built wherever they end up. Pick up all the poop. Damn, I think this might actually just be quicker picking it up off the floor. Wait, how did you get on the outside? You're dead or sleeping. Okay, I can see it breathing. Ever get spooked by my mannequin? Not really. I'm trying to think of anything that's scared me that wasn't a Zed. I mean, sometimes in multiplayer or whatever, I suspect a player is, like, you know, behind me or whatever, but... then they don't bite me, and I, you know, relearn that... there are other people in the game. I guess I could kill pigs and get some leather going. Medium leather. Yeah, I could have compost. But with how many pigs I have, I just have a million things of poop. One million things of poop, and then I'll have 1 million things of compost. It's just, and end of the day, it's just more items to deal with. But yeah, I'm not exactly playing with the hardest growth times imaginable. We're just playing with 5 times growth speeds and no seasons. But Ranford, that's super easy, and make the growth times 10 times longer and play with the seasons. And if I did that, then I would just fish. Because fishing is just better, and then I would do no farming at all. Yeah, the current growth times and current crop yields for calories and all that are, it's just not worth doing. Okay, there are a lot of boars. Yeah, it gives too much compost, and then end of the day, compost isn't really insanely useful. If they made compost useful, sure. But even, you know, the pigs that I'm doing, not that great. We have 360 on a 73 hunger thing, 360 calories. We have a prime cut, 500 calories on 93 hunger. So these are very low calorie, high hunger. So it's hard to feed myself with this stuff. No. No. Yeah, you're either doing rabbits or fish to gain weight. Everything else, you just lose weight the entire time. Like, oh man, let's get another piggy. Black boar. Bro, I'm being very nice to this pig. I'm giving his pet before he has to sacrifice himself for the cycle. Can you poison their trough? Yeah, if I want to have a giant field full of dead animals, you can add poison berries to their food, but yeah, I don't want to do that. The last pet. Yeah, I'm giving him, you know, he's lived a very good life rather than starving out in the fields with a bunch of voids chasing him around. So in total, 250, so that's 500 plus 9 times 130. We'll call that 1500. So 2000 calories total. Another, so 2500, 2700, 8 times 70. Call it another 500, so 3200, and then 3500 or whatever with the prime cut. So 3500 calories if you eat an entire pig, which would take you over a day to do. You cannot really gain weight doing this. I totally forgot there was meat in there. Well, one pig is less than cereal. Isn't cereal 4,000? I'm killing him for sport. Nah, even better. I'm killing him so I can have a nice pair of boots. I have power consumption on like a lower amount. But, you know, I haven't really used the generator at all this entire time. More so just to satisfy the... When are you going to use a generator, bro? When are you going to use a car? But, yeah, I have it on like a 10th or whatever it typically is. When are I gonna use my crafted car? I use it every day, bro. I went out and drove into town with my crafted car. What's exclusive for nutritionists? Like, you can't see the info without it. Yeah, I just have the info on because I get asked oftentimes, you know, what the, you know, best things to get for calories are, what, you know, animals are best. So I debug allowed myself to get it. You can also get it when making your character if you want to, but I don't really feel like it's a, you know, necessary trait to take if you know what things are high calorie and what things aren't. No, I did not. So, I mean, you can tell what perks have been added in from debug if they're like out of order. So this is a good perk, but it only costs like 2 points. So it would realistically be down here or whatever. Obviously, you know, some perks like fit and stout or whatever you can get later on, and they go and show themselves out of order because, you know, wherever I was puny and unfit, they were first in line, but now they've changed over to that one. So but yeah, I did not take nutritionists. But I mean, I haven't really ever said that this is some super serious mode pants run. And I mean, honestly, I've never really played Zomboid that way to begin with. I just like the settings that I like. Yeah, I'm not huge on, you know, just making the game as miserable to play. And like, of course, you know, some people might say that 16x is that, you know, but to an extent it does make the game longer, yes. But I think it, you know, kind of more or less forces me to play the way that I want to play the game anyway. That is the beauty of it. I play the game how I want to. And as you've mentioned, other people can change or modify or play however they want as well. Yeah, I mean, well, zero fitness isn't miserable. Zero fitness with default fitness experience rate is miserable. That's where, if you spawn in zero fitness, but you give yourself, you know, a 2.5 times multiplier or something like that to fitness, it's really not that bad. But, you know, I could throw my face against the wall for the entire rest of the stream grinding fitness, and I would not get to 9. Yeah, zero fitness in multiplayer with, you know, your server owner has 1 times fitness rates. They just want everyone to have to spawn in at high fitness, high strength if they want to play the game, pretty much. Yeah, there's, I don't know. That's why, like, in my personal, like, private server or whatever, I just have the rates modified for certain crafting skills, you know, notably blacksmithing, tailoring, especially mechanics. Those are all things that take an insane amount of time in multiplayer. especially if you can't read, but yeah, I think 30x might be a little too much for multi, but you know, 10x, 10 to 15 or whatever is kind of the sweet spot. Yeah, fireplace next to the drying rack. So if you know, start a fire, obviously that makes the room hotter. And the hotter the room is, the faster the clothes will dry. But yeah, it's not as much of an issue doing that in, you know, the summer months or whatever. It's more so if you are late game and you're trying to get some leather to dry, but you're in November, December, January, so on. Well, wow, did you just memorize all the months? You knew them off the top of your head? You should probably exercise some. 14 minutes. How do I find stone to mine with a pickaxe? I'm at a boulder and it won't let me mine it. There's only some large stones. You have to find one that is a large stone. But yeah, not all stones are large stones. This is a custom built building by me. Yeah, there's nothing here by default. We'll do some fitness grinding, or sorry, not fitness, strength grinding. Saw the bonus, good. Oh wait, why would I do that when I could just go to bed? Yeah, tailoring is especially bad because there's not even like a fun grind behind it. You're just doing the exact same thing over and over again. Blacksmithing, it feels like it's a bit more of an adventure, like going down and learning something new and, you know, getting better at it. You gotta get the charcoal. Tailoring is just like, all right, time to make the sack 1,000 times. Oh man, I'm out of twine. I can't make the sack anymore. I gotta go get more twine. Time to shorten the skirt again. The thing is that they even got rid of the tailoring bonus from shortening the skirt. So that was a very miserable start to how tailoring was in early build 42. Skirts, pants, jeans, or whatever, you just shorten them. Once you start speeding things like that. What do you mean speeding things like that? Oh, yeah. I mean, I understand doing it in like a multiplayer server or something like that. But, you know, there's no shortage of mods that take some element of, you know, wait for this thing to be done kind of out of the game. I don't think that's like super egregious to do. I mean, hell, we could have it be like Skyrim, where this is just like a craft container, and I click on it, dry leather, and then it's dried. Yeah, man, I mean, just do whatever you want. Like I said, I mean, I have the growth cycles for plants, 5 times speed. I will say with the 5 times growth speed, though, this is just an insane amount of sunflowers. This is... How much oil am I gonna even... I can't even hold all this. There's over 100 things, 100 weight of just seeds. I can feel my game getting faster as I make more oil. Oh, it's too dark for me to see now. Hell yeah, Virgil. I get 5,000 strength just from not even really grinding it. Making oil for the most of the day. Make oil. drink the sunflower juice. Oh, he will, but I am a little too fat to really get with it. I mean, I suppose I can just eat it as paste too. How dare you modify your game to make it easier for you to play? How dare you? Send him to jail. Yeah, if you disallow yourself from spawning with clothes and disallow yourself from getting clothes from zombies and stuff, you have to like fully embrace the new crafting. But it is possible. Yeah, well, just you wait. We'll have the funk remix here pretty soon. And speaking of grind set, now I need to go and get get gasoline. My generator just ran out. Where's my... Here it is. Oh boy, empty gas can. Blacksmithing is fun. It's also your way of getting, you know, tools if you're in the woods. I don't think the weapons are really that much better than the ones you can just make out of sticks and stuff, though. It's not to say they're bad or anything. It's just that the stick ones are better. Flint saw, stone scythe, fire hydrant spear, baseball bat. No, I had some moderate first day. I might have like 10 experience or something like that. I mean, the run started off, I didn't have shoes, so my feet were like badly damaged at some point, but the thing with not having shoes is that if you bandage your feet, then those feet get scratched again because you're going to keep walking around and scratching them. It doesn't matter if you have a bandage on it, you'll just scratch through the bandage and lose it. So there's no point in bandaging your feet until you have shoes. But I mean, first aid at 22, it's not nothing, but it's close to nothing. But yeah, I haven't leveled first aid in a run outside of the time that I broke my leg. Really the only reason you should do it in single player. Alright, I'm gonna go get more gasoline so I don't have to do this again. Yeah, I might level some first aid just for the memes, but we can do it tomorrow. Yeah, I thought about doing the bridge on the second floor, but of course, after it had already been built. So the problem is now is if I take apart the bridge, it's just going to be dirt underneath it. There's no water anymore. Can you amputate a leg? Not in vanilla now. There's a mod that allows you to cut your arm off or something. Yeah, I did glass making. That's how I made the windows, but I didn't know that I could do it as Virgil. You used to be just entirely locked out of glass making unless you could read or if you spawned in at level 1. But nowadays you can research a glass pane and do it. But yeah, I used it for making windows. I thought about also making the hurricane lantern, which I might still do. You have to be level 7 to make that glass though. That's no bueno. I mean, as you mentioned, higher fracture heal time. You can also look at your wounds and see how healed they are and their severity. Virgil's illiterate. Virgil is always illiterate. If you've ever watched me stream this game ever, I've been illiterate. I always play illiterate. Here we have a classic example of the fuel pump being, if you didn't know, 1 tile, 2 tile, right? Doesn't matter what side you're on. This one, empty. This one, not empty. This guy's just a genius. Yeah, I'm just under a year in. Like 11 months. Some amount of days. 20 days. Oh no, my watermelons. And I did kind of just leave them out in the sun for like 4 days straight. Is it current year? Nah, I'm in 1994. June 26, 1994. Ooh, somebody died. Multiple people died. Born dork. No. Slow drivers, not bad. It's just off-roading and towing, but you've kind of mentioned that. But, I mean, the best way to play with Sunday Driver is to just not drive a car at all. Yeah, speeding can be fun. It's just, I wish I didn't redline my engine every time I backed up. Yeah, I just avoid driving a car for the most part. How slow it is when you start the car. Yeah, it's just off-roading mainly is the main issue with it. Off-roading, and if you hit one of the little bushes or trees, if you hit like any of this stuff out here, it becomes pretty miserable. Oh yeah, I don't have a mace anymore. Go. Making amphoria for veggie oil? I don't even know if I can do that. Bro, how do I click on that tile? I don't think this is considered a liquid because it's not in a container. I mean, it physically, you can see the container, but I don't think it counts as a like liquid container. How this one has, you know, transfer fluid. One is just drink. They're probably comparable, stone mace and metal mace. But either or, but like by the time you get them, they're gonna be pretty late game anyway. Oh, I never put more sunflowers to dry off. Whoops. Maybe I should just grow as many radishes as possible. Where's my... Wow, I've never been this high level in agriculture in Build 42. Butchering either. Butchering, I didn't even really speed up the thing with it. I've just been doing trapping for the most part. Do I have the protein bonus? I do. So now we're gonna sit here and watch TV. Workout. Car zone. Full volume car zone. What? I was supposed to make the wheels out of rubber? I've made a mistake. Made my wheels out of stone. Pottery. Maybe working clay at home. This level pottery. I'll be very disappointed if it does not. First aid, maybe? Not only zomboids kill your crops if you run on top of them. No, that's like some Animal Crossing kind of thought process of running over your flowers or whatever, but yeah, you can run on top of them all you want. I would try to avoid just all zombies, especially zombie blood. I don't think zombie blood is a problem anymore, but back in the day it used to infect your crops with something that would just make them die no matter what. I mean, if you can go straight to advanced, then why not? But I would start with just primitive both, so you can get your tools and whatever started. Don't drive over them. Yeah, that one will probably break it. No, wait, what are you trying to say about my webcam? What are you trying to say about my freaking webcam? Hey, see you, man. Bro, I could have just learned trapping from this. Unbelievable. I really didn't need to play as Ronald at all. I can finally do the crate trap. I mean, you can pick up herbs if you're starving, but I usually don't grab them unless I am. They're herbs you have to eat individually, so you eat them all one by one. And also about herbs is that they don't really add calories or anything to your meals when you add them in. They do stop you from being depressed, but that's about it. Yeah, I mean, mushrooms are, at least if you stay on top of like only eating stuff that's in your inventory that says it's good when it's in your inventory, then you're good. But if you know, don't really think about stuff and you pick it up, it has the potential to kill you, yes. Club to guns. Unfortunately, I can't learn anything because I'm above level 3 with these. No, I mean, so long as you start with like a bonus to masonry, it's not that hard to do. It's a workout stream. It was a flooring stream. I got floors, and now I'm watching all my VHSs that I've collected over the years. Yeah, this is just gonna teach me carpentry stuff, but I'm already a master. Razor Bill? Is this like a Ligma thing? What did I do with my... Oh, it's right here. Oh. And I could have some delicious salads with multiple things in them, but I've just been starving my guy. You know what? I should shave my beard. How's it going? We're chilling, bro. Got some floors now. Nice and fancy. Fancy floors. And I even made the floor tiles here, so... That basically means I have no clay left. I used all my clay doing this. No, do not look up that. Am I playing with sprinters? I'm not playing with sprinters. You want to see me play with 100% sprinters? You can. It just requires me to run on one side of the fence, wait for the sprinters to show up. I hit them on the head when they go over the fence. Oh man, there's too many sprinters on my side of the fence. I jump over the fence. Now I'm on the right side of the fence. I hit the sprinters, and they go onto my side of the fence. Oh no, there's too many sprinters on my side of my fence. Let me jump over the fence. That's kind of the gameplay. What did I do with the flooring? There's a missing floor tile, I just noticed. I think I have more of it, right? Like, I don't... Man, that's gonna bother me. I need to go get another floor tile for that. Bro, my face cam isn't small. Stop saying that. Bro, my face cam is not small. Guys, stop saying my face cam is small. Spent a lot of money on this webcam. This happens in the medium size. It's not even... It's an above average size face cam. Yeah, you actually don't even need sand for the walls. You can do it with grass. Hey, happy birthday, man. No, you can just forage for stones. You can forage for everything. And also the grass grows back. Oh wait, if I go over there, I need to bring a crowbar with me. You can forage for stones, and road tiles are abundant for stones. You can get quite a bit of them. Keyword died while I was going 90. RIP. There is like a pause when focus lost option you can enable. Pausing when viewing the map. Because you could click off the screen. Pause when focus lost. So display performance, pause on focus loss. So if I'm walking around and then I click on, chat here, it just pauses the game. Yeah, breaking the large stones into smaller stones does require a stone maul, or in a harder to craft item to break. If you look at the break requirements for these, it's like sledgehammer, club hammer, pickaxe. The stone wall is the easiest thing to get to from those, unless you can, loot the tools that you need for them. Oh, you lost your carrot. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Yeah, that does suck. You can replace sand with grass, but clay you can also forage. It's definitely faster to do wooden walls. But I mean, it really depends on your circumstance. Are you playing in the woods? Do you have access to nails? Can you just get nails from somewhere? If you're not in the woods, it's going to be harder for you to get wood. But then, it's also just going to be harder for you to get any other resources. Depends on your setting and setup. But for the most part, wood walls are easier to do. The sunflower hanging for the sunflowers, I'm drying them out so I can get sunflower seeds. You can just eat them or turn them into oil. I've been making it into vegetable oil. Which is very high calorie. I don't have cows. Yeah, tracking and trapping could be combined. There's very little purpose for tracking. It'd be a way of leveling it up prior to having the traps. Yeah, animals do track Zeds. However, I have that disabled because I was playing with it on initially, and I was experiencing some crashing when there were, you know, 500 voids all chasing around one pig. So I turned it off. Yeah, I won't be playing the rat race. I just like 16x, man. Oh, you're in the back. Rat race is like, it's 16x with a handful of other settings changed. The end goal of, you know, milling kills, max all skills, have bases and other sections in the map. Yeah, but I don't really have any interest playing. Oh wait, the tiles are up here. This is the one that I want. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of some of the settings, and I don't know. It's just like I've other games that I've played competitively and all that. DZ's just like a more casual game that I play. I don't really want to have like, you know, someone overseeing my gameplay and deeming it like worthy or not worthy kind of deal. Which I get that end of the day, they aren't expecting everyone to, you know, do that, but what is even on the floor here? What is this? Oh, I can just walk in these things. This is, you know, if you're asking, there are mods. They don't add any items. They don't add any gameplay features. They are all in the description if you want to check them out. But we can play Where's Waldo with the mods right now. Point them out as you see them. Oh yeah, it's pretty much vanilla. I have an XP bar. Whoa. Nah, I don't. I play with very minimal mods. I only have stuff if I like deem it extremely necessary. But yeah, I could also just move some of my existing lights a little closer to that sunflower thing, but usually if I'm milling them in the dark. What's 16x? 16x is the most amount of voids you can play with. Now you might be asking, bro, where are all the voids? Why don't I see them right now? It's because I killed them. Took a long time to have the town as clear as it is right now. This is Fallas Lake. Brown cow, chocolate milk, super necessary. Yeah. Yeah, I just have like very minimal mod intervention, but I don't know. Maybe that guy wants me to play with 0 things altogether. Yeah, this is like all built by me. Originally, nothing here. Everything is crafted from the ground up. I mean, outside of, I guess, the floor tiles and furniture, but I tried to do as much furniture crafted as I could. But we are late into the game where there is not as much to do if I just keep limiting myself like that. Liters, gasoline, usually fuel pump have on default settings. I am really not the person to ask. Because this run in particular, we are using a generator, but I've been using it for all of 1 month. And prior to that, I have not used a generator in my entire time playing Build 42. So how many hours did you have for 16x? I have pretty much only played 16x for, I don't know. I started playing in Build 40 and I just played Insane, which was 4 times population back then, and I played that for like, I don't know, 500 hours maybe, and then I just started playing 16x after that. Now I have like 3,000 hours. Yeah, I mean, I don't really use the generator either. It's just, you know, I didn't really have all that much left to do. So we'll turn the lights on. Is there a grave there? How dare you bring up my dead son? Very rude. But yeah, my son, Corndog, died. He died. Corndork also died. But Corndork, I had less of an attachment to. Yeah, realistically, you will have no issues running out of fuel in default settings. Even in a multiplayer server, you probably won't run out of fuel. Someone will destroy the fuel pump before you run out. I killed my son? How dare you? No, my son died. How dare you? Okay, we have too much sunflower oil now. This seed oil, I'm set for the rest of all eternity. What animal was my son? He was a rabbit. Oh, I wish I had pizza right now. How did my son die? Bro. It was a traumatic experience, bro. Why not plant crops close to each other? Because they spread diseases. If I plant them next to each other, they go, PU, this stinks. Oh wait, there was Magnum in there. Oh wait, you just open that. Man, all this food's going bad. This is the real generator gameplay of just trying to eat all the food before it rots. So I don't have to drink vegetable oil. Oh wait, that's actually a lot of protein. I don't know if I should eat that. I did not run them over with a car. Yeah, I didn't run 3,000 oids over with a car. You show all your skills. Here you go. Welcome back, Mr. PvP. How do I kill them? I hit them with a stick until they stop moving. Did you know that there are Sims modders back in the day? Oh wait, I'm over the bonus now. How power level tailoring? You just make sacks over and over again. Yeah, there's like, this isn't vanilla feature, but you can look at like the various weapon types and whatever I've used over the course of the game. Yeah, I've ran over 9 Zeds with a car. face cam's not small, bro. I mean, I've already explained the rundown of how sprinters goes with you. So, oh man, there's a zombie. Whatever will I do? I hope there's a fence or a window I can go through. Oh, nice. I'm inside the house. Oh man, I'm pushing the sprinter and hitting them on the floor. Oh man, there's too many inside my house. Let me go through the window and hit them before I go through the window. Oh man, this place I'm at doesn't have a bunch of fences around. Whatever will I do? Let me run to where the fences are. Oh, I'm on this side of the fence where the sprinters are. Let me hit them on the floor. What's that? I'm high exertion from cutting a tree. I'm dead. I mean, you can also make the game hard by playing with no limbs. And no eyes. Turn your monitor off. Just make the game arbitrarily more difficult for no reason. Yeah, the sprinters just don't really play well, in my opinion, in this game. And of course, you know, people might say, well, just download a mod to make them vault over the barriers or whatever. But then they'll just kill me straight up and I won't have any way of dealing with them. I don't know. They would have to, like, make Sprinter, like, not be able to bite you or something, or I don't know. Like, if I could have it so it didn't just, like, one-shot me straight up or whatever. Even then, it's, like, they're still just super annoying to fight. Yeah, there's little, if any, reason to do a lot of the late game crafting to begin with, but if you add sprinters on top of that, it's just like, you know, late game and sprinters is like being able to use a short bat. Like, there's already zero reason to do any of the building that I've done, any of the wood walls or anything like that. But yeah, even more so if it's like, this can all just be lost the second I encounter one enemy and I'm not prepared for it. When, I mean, the game is already that way with shamblers. Like, one shambler can kill me. Yeah, I could see some like variant zombies or something like that, but like regardless of when you encounter sprinters, it's, you know, dealing with them is the same thing. You have to have fences near you, otherwise you can only deal with one. Yeah, they really aren't. There's a handful of places that you can, you know, really go to in high population to begin with, but even more so with sprinters. Yeah, let me fence fight with short blade. The weapon type where the best weapons weigh 1. I was a big fan of short blade in build 41, and not anymore. You just get a bunch of oids in an area and crouch walk around. That you do sneaking, but sneaking isn't really that useful. It's just for charcoal and so I can run through this area and not have trees growing. I don't cut them down, they become too tall and I can't see through them. No, I don't have a 16x respawn. If I play with 16x respawn, I have to build a giant wall around the whole map to stop zombie respawns. If I build a giant wall around the whole map and did it in Louisville with 16x respawns and 2 times as fast respawns and 2 times as many respawns, then I would do that and upload a video about me doing that on YouTube, if you so wish to see me do that. What did we just say? I won't change the walls where there's already walls. I'm going to leave the walls where there are walls instead of taking the walls and smashing them apart to make new walls. I like this building because this is the building I started in. The first place that I had any shelter. We're 11 months in. A bunch of beads. Bead, that one. Improvised whetstone. Trying to get tailoring up. I was before fighting up to Riverside. But Riverside has a lot of Zeds. And I woke up late after working the night shift, so we're doing a little bit of just skill grind. And I was getting floors, did that today. Run out of ammo before maxing aiming, more than likely. I mean, aiming is just not really worth attempting to do in the first place. Melee is just so much better than it. But yeah, I'm not really trying to max out all the skills. With illiterate, that would be... I mean, just the fact that I'm playing illiterate is already makes any skill grind worse, but... I have so much. Yeah, but right now I'm making the bone chokers to level tailoring. Once I get tailoring to the next level, 7, I can make boots. And I can get off these crude footwear that I've been wearing for the longest time. Oh, I'm out of twine. That's why I can't do it anymore. Interesting. You had to commit a crime so it never gets committed again. What crime would I choose? Why you just... I mean, like, you just want me to say I would do some, like, heinous thing so it never happens again? I don't know. I'll admit to nothing on camera. But maybe I would nuke Japan again. Bro caved under 0 pressure. Oh, yeah, smash the window, bro. Patrol revolver. I think most all other guns besides the revolvers are pretty mid. You know, they jam. You also have to load all the mags up Whereas this one, you just press R and there are bullets in my gun. Easy. And the patrol revolver is basically just a rename of the old school M625, which used 45 ACP. It was better back in the day, but aiming was also just better back then too. All right, but unfortunately, I'm gonna have to do a bit of a shorter stream today. Started late, and we're gonna end about on time, you know. So I mean, I guess I can look down at the first level though. That's where most of the changes happened here. But I like how this looks now. This looks a lot better. That looks better. Our room looks nice and comfy. Yeah, let's make sure. Yeah, I'm actually gonna do a raid on Twitch for the first time ever. I tried to do it before, but it didn't work. I'm gonna send you over to your nice gamer. Except he changed his name to Matt Bound. Playing Barotrauma. Yep, but pretty good. Got the floor in, got lots of stuff planted. Liking how the base is looking. So I think next stream, get back to killing up in Riverside. Obviously, I don't know. I'm kind of done with making the vegetable oil, and I think I have enough vegetable oil to survive for the rest of all eternity. But yep, gonna end it here, guys, and I'll catch you later.